Welcome to Midnight Keep Stories, a sanctuary where ancient tales and soothing atmospheres guide you gently into the deepest sleep. Here in this quiet corner of the night, we gather stories from forgotten halls and shadowed chambers, each one carefully woven to ease your restless mind and calm the noise of the waking world. Whether you seek the comfort of old libraries, the mystery of candlelit corridors, or the whisper of rain against weathered stone, you will find shelter here. Every story is crafted to slow your breathing, to soften the edges of your thoughts, until sleep finds you naturally, effortlessly. If these tales bring you peace, if this space becomes your nightly refuge, consider subscribing to join us each evening. And leave a gentle like to let us know you are here. Your presence, your support, helps us keep these doors open, keeps the fire burning for all who wander here seeking rest. Tonight, we step into a realm of eternal twilight and hushed reverence. For the next 5 hours, you are invited to take shelter in a vast Gothic library, a place untouched by time, where a violent storm rages beyond the walls. Heavy rain hammers against ornate, leaded glass windows. Thunder rolls through ancient stone, and lightning flickers across rows upon rows of mahogany shelves. Inside, a crackling fireplace bathes everything in amber warmth. There is a single emerald velvet armchair waiting, just for you, positioned perfectly between the heat of the flames and the symphony of the storm. The scent of aged leather and parchment fills the air, mingling with the faint smoke of burning wood. Let the brown noise of rain and distant thunder wrap around you like a blanket. Let the flickering shadows dance you into sleep. You are safe here. You are home. Chapter 1. The library door opens. You have been walking for what feels like hours, through narrow cobblestone streets slick with rain, the storm chasing you with relentless fury. The wind pulls at your cloak. Cold droplets stream down your face, and the night offers no comfort. Then, through the sheeting rain, you see it. A building, vast and solemn, its Gothic spires reaching into the angry sky. Arched windows glow faintly from within, a promise of warmth, of refuge. Your feet carry you forward without hesitation, up the wide stone steps worn smooth by centuries of footfalls. Before you stands a door, enormous, carved from ancient oak and banded with iron that has turned green with age. You reach for the handle, cold and heavy in your palm, and push. The door resists for just a moment, then yields, groaning softly on its iron hinges. The scent hits you first, rich and overwhelming in the most comforting way. Old leather, aged parchment, the faint must of paper that has rested undisturbed for decades. Beneath it all, wood smoke, warm, sweet, welcoming. You step across the threshold, and the storm immediately softens, as though the walls themselves absorb the violence outside. The door closes behind you with a quiet thud, sealing you in. The sound of the rain becomes distant, muffled, a gentle percussion rather than a punishing roar. You stand still for a moment, letting your eyes adjust to the soft amber glow. The space before you is vast, impossibly so. Rows of towering mahogany shelves stretch into shadow, each one filled floor to ceiling with books. Gilded spines catch the firelight, glimmering faintly like stars scattered through the dark. The ceiling arches high above, stone ribs crossing in elegant patterns, half lost in shadow. To your left, a fireplace. It is enormous, framed in carved stone, blackened from years of use. Flames dance within, crackling softly, sending waves of warmth across the polished wooden floor. The fire does not roar. It whispers. It hums. The light it casts is gentle, rolling in slow waves across the spines of books, across the edges of furniture, across your own rain-dampened hands. You let out a breath you did not realize you were holding. The tension in your shoulders begins to ease. This place, it feels ancient, but not cold. It feels like it has been waiting for someone to arrive, to step out of the storm, to sit, to rest. Lightning flashes beyond the tall windows, illuminating the intricate leaded glass for just a heartbeat, then fading back into darkness. Thunder follows, a low rumble that vibrates through the stone beneath your feet. You move deeper into the library, your footsteps soft on the thick rug that runs down the center aisle. The silence here is not empty, it is full of presence, of history, of voices long stilled but never truly gone. You trail your fingers along the edge of a shelf as you pass. The wood smooth and cool, polished by time and touch. The books are beautiful, leather-bound, embossed, some with clasps of tarnished brass. Their titles are written in languages you half recognize, scripts that curl and twist, faded gold leaf that glows faintly in the low light. You do not pull one from the shelf. Not yet. There is no urgency here. Time moves differently in this place. Outside, the storm continues its furious dance, rain lashing the windows in rhythmic sheets. But inside, all is stillness. All is warmth. All is soft. And then you see it. The armchair. It sits near the fireplace, positioned at an angle so that the warmth reaches it without overwhelming, so that the light falls just right across its emerald velvet surface. The fabric is rich, deep green like moss in shadow, plush and inviting. The arms are wide, the back tall, designed to cradle you. A small side table rests beside it, its surface empty save for a single candle in a brass holder. Unlit, you approach slowly, almost reverently. This chair, it has been waiting too. You can feel it. The cushion gives softly as you lower yourself into it, and immediately you sink, cradled, held. The velvet is impossibly soft against your skin. You settle back, your head resting against the high back, your hands falling naturally onto the arms. A sigh escapes you, long and low, releasing the last of the tension you carried in from the storm. The fire crackles beside you, close enough to warm your side, to cast dancing light across your hands. You watch the flames for a while, their slow curl and twist, the way they consume the logs with patient inevitability. Embers glow deep orange at the base, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. The warmth seeps into you, into your limbs, your chest, your bones. Outside, the storm rages on. Rain drums against the windows in endless rhythm, sometimes soft, sometimes fierce, but always there. Thunder rolls through the distance, a deep voice speaking in a language older than words. Lightning flickers again, casting sharp blue-white light across the rows of books, across the vaulted ceiling. Then gone. The shadows return, familiar now, comforting. You close your eyes for just a moment, and the sounds of the library wrap around you. The fire, the rain, the thunder, the silence between. When you open your eyes again, nothing has changed, and yet everything feels softer. The edges of the world have blurred. The shelves seem to lean in closer, protective, like sentinels standing watch. The books hum with quiet energy, not demanding to be read, simply content to be near. You breathe in deeply, that scent of leather and parchment and smoke filling your lungs, grounding you. This place, it does not ask anything of you. It does not require you to think, to solve, to strive. It only asks that you rest, that you let go, that you allow the storm to do its work outside while you remain here, safe, still, held. The fire pops softly, a log settling deeper into the grate. The rain continues its endless lullaby. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, your breathing slowing, deepening. The armchair cradles you like a gentle hand, and so you surrender. You let your head tip back against the velvet, let your hands rest loose and open. The storm outside becomes a distant song, a rhythm you no longer need to fight. The fire whispers its ancient secrets. The shadows dance their slow ballet across stone and wood. You are warm. You are safe. You are exactly where you need to be. The library holds you now, this sanctuary of knowledge and silence, and it will not let you go until you are ready. Sleep begins to curl around the edges of your awareness, soft as smoke, gentle as the turning of a page. There is no rush. There is no fear. There is only this: the firelight, the rain, the endless quiet comfort of the library, and somewhere deep within the storm, beneath the thunder, you hear it, the softest whisper, welcoming you home. Chapter 2. Among the towering shelves, you rise from the velvet armchair, drawn by an irresistible pull toward the endless rows of books that surround you. Your feet move soundlessly across the worn stone floor, each step taking you deeper into the heart of this ancient collection. The firelight behind you grows dimmer now, softer, as the towering mahogany shelves rise up on either side like the walls of a sacred canyon. These shelves stretch upward into shadow, disappearing to darkness far above, and you wonder just how high the ceiling truly reaches. Each shelf is laden with volumes, their spines gleaming faintly with gold leaf that catches the occasional flicker of lightning through the windows. The storm outside continues its eternal song, the rain, a constant whisper, the thunder, a distant drum beat. You feel so small here, so wonderfully insignificant among these giants of wood and wisdom. And yet, you belong here, completely. Your hand reaches out, almost of its own accord, and your fingertips make contact with the first spine. The leather is cool and smooth, worn soft by centuries of careful hands before yours. You let your fingers trail along as you walk, feeling each ridge and valley where one book ends and another begins. Some spines are thick as your wrist, ancient tomes bound in dark leather that seems to absorb the light. Others are slender, delicate things that feel as though they might crumble at too firm a touch. The gold lettering embossed on each spine has faded on some, the titles now a mystery, while others gleam bright and clear. You do not stop to read the words. Not yet. For now, this gentle contact is enough. This slow procession through the stacks. This tactile communion with the sleeping stories all around you. The thunder rolls again, deeper now, vibrating through the stone beneath your feet and up through your bones. It feels like approval, like welcome. Lightning flashes sudden and bright through the tall leaded glass windows to your left. For one brilliant instant, the entire library is illuminated in stark silver light. You glimpse the true vastness of this place, row upon row extending far beyond what you imagined, disappearing into distant corners you have not yet explored. The lightning reveals gilt-edged pages, ornate wooden ladders leaning against the higher shelves, small reading nooks tucked between the stacks. And then, just as quickly, the light is gone, and the darkness returns, deeper now for having been interrupted. The afterimage dances behind your eyelids, golden books floating in space. You blink slowly, letting your eyes readjust, and continue your slow walk. Your fingers never leave the shelves. That constant connection grounding you, guiding you forward through the comfortable darkness. The rain intensifies for a moment, a sudden deluge against the windows, and you smile. You are so safe here, so dry, so warm. You pause at the intersection of two rows, peering down the narrow aisle that branches off to your right. It is darker there, far from any window, lit only by the faintest ambient glow that seems to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Perhaps it is the fire, its light somehow finding its way around corners and through gaps, or perhaps the library itself possesses a gentle luminescence, just enough to navigate by, never enough to disturb the peaceful gloom. You turn down this new path, the shelves pressing closer on either side. You could stretch out both arms and touch books on either side at once. The air here is different, richer, dense with the scent of old paper and leather and the faint vanilla sweetness of aging book glue. You breathe it in deeply, slowly, feeling it fill your lungs like incense in a cathedral. This is the smell of preserved time, of stories sleeping, waiting, patient as stone. Thunder answers from somewhere above and beyond, muffled now by the shelves, distant but ever present. Your pace slows even further, until you are barely moving at all, just drifting between the shelves like a ghost, like a dream walking through its own landscape. Time feels strange here, unreliable, as though minutes might be hours or hours might be mere moments. It does not matter. You have nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. This quiet wandering is enough, is everything. Your fingers trace over a spine bound in deep green leather, then one in midnight blue, then another in rich burgundy, so dark it is almost black. The colors blur together in the low light, becoming one continuous ribbon of shadow and texture. Beneath your touch, you feel the weight of all these words, all these worlds, pressing gently in around you, not threatening, never threatening, but sheltering, embracing. You are held here by the gravity of stories, countless narratives creating their own gentle force, and you surrender to it willingly, gratefully. Another flash of lightning, briefer this time, barely a flicker, and then gone. You notice a ladder now, one of those tall wooden ones that slides along a brass rail, mounted to the shelves. It is positioned nearby, as though someone left it there just for you. An invitation to climb. But you do not climb. Not yet. Perhaps later, or perhaps never. It is enough to know you could, that those upper shelves with their mysterious volumes are within reach, should you choose. For now, you prefer this level, this middle ground where you can walk and touch and breathe without effort. The thunder speaks again, a long, low rumble that begins somewhere to the east and rolls westward across the sky, across the roof, fading slowly into silence. In its wake, the rain continues, steady and sure. Thousands of drops finding the windows, the walls, the stone sills. You can almost feel the building drinking it in, the old stones soaking up the moisture, the library settling deeper into itself, becoming more solid, more permanent, more real with every passing moment. The aisle opens up ahead, widening into a small alcove where 3 shelves meet at angles. Here, someone has placed a small table, just large enough for a single book and perhaps a cup of tea. The table is empty now, its surface dark and smooth. You rest your hand upon it as you pass, feeling the coolness of the wood, the faint depressions worn into the finish by years of use. How many readers have sat here, you wonder? How many quiet hours have been spent in this exact spot, eyes moving across pages, while storms raged outside? Hundreds, surely. Perhaps thousands. You are part of that lineage now, a link in that long chain of seekers and dreamers who have found their way to this place. The thought is comforting beyond measure. You are not the first. You will not be last. This library has always been here, and will always be here, waiting patiently for those who need it most. Thunder again. Closer now. Or perhaps you have simply grown more attuned to it, more aware of its rhythms. You move past the alcove, trailing your fingers once more along the shelves, and the books continue their endless procession. Here, matched set of volumes, all uniform in height and binding, their spines numbered in gold. They're a chaotic jumble of sizes and colors, as though someone shelved books by feel, rather than by any logical system. Both arrangements feel right, feel appropriate. This library contains multitudes. It can accommodate any organizational philosophy, or none at all. The books know where they belong. Lightning flashes again, and in that instant, you catch a glimpse of your own shadow thrown against the opposite shelf, elongated and strange, a dark figure in a dark place. Then darkness returns, and you continue on, untroubled. Your shadow is part of this place too, as much as the books, as much as the stone. Everything here belongs. The rain grows louder for a moment, a sudden rush of sound, then settles back into its steady rhythm. You match your breathing to it. In with the rain. Out with the thunder. You are deeper into the library now than you have yet been. Far from the fireplace, far from the armchair, surrounded on all sides by nothing but books and shadow, and the ancient wooden shelves that hold them. The ancient wooden shelves that hold them. Yet you feel no anxiety, no desire to turn back. You could wander these aisles forever and never tire, never grow lost, never want for anything. The storm is your companion, the books are your shelter, and the darkness is a blanket wrapped gently around your shoulders. Your fingers continue their slow journey along the spines. Leather, cloth, leather again, each texture a small discovery, each book a promise. You need not open them to know what they contain. Stories of other storms, other libraries, other wanderers, in other darknesses. All stories are here. In the end, all dreams, all thunder rumbles through the walls like a great cat purring, like the library itself expressing satisfaction. Yes, it seems to say, You understand. You see. Finally, gradually, you feel your footsteps slowing even more. Feel the weight of this peaceful exploration settling into your bones. The shelves will be here tomorrow. The books will wait. The storm will continue its watch. For now, perhaps it is time to return to the fire, to that emerald velvet chair, to let your body rest even as your mind continues to wander these quiet aisles. You let your hand fall away from the books, completing that long tactile journey with a gentle farewell. The thunder rolls once more, softer now, or perhaps you are simply growing accustomed to it, learning its language, understanding its rhythms. The rain whispers secrets against the glass. The library holds you close, and you turn slowly, so slowly, to make your way back through the towering shelves, through the protective darkness, back to the waiting warmth, knowing you can return here anytime, knowing this place is yours now. Forever. Chapter 3. The Emerald Armchair. As you move deeper into the library, your eyes are drawn to a singular piece of furniture that seems to exist in a world of its own. No, an armchair of the deepest emerald velvet, positioned with such perfect intention beside the crackling fireplace. The fabric catches the amber light, creating shadows within shadows, depths within depths. The color is so rich it seems to hold centuries of quietness within its threads. This is not merely a chair. It is a sanctuary within a sanctuary. The firelight plays across its curved arms, illuminating the gentle wear of time. The subtle depression in the cushions that speaks of countless evenings spent in quiet contemplation. The storm continues its relentless symphony beyond the thick stone walls. But here is a place of absolute belonging. The chair waits for you with the patience of something that has always known you would arrive, that has been holding this space just for you. You move toward the armchair slowly, each step a deliberate act of surrender. The floor beneath your feet is warm from the nearby fire, the ancient wood planks releasing soft creaks that blend with the crackling flames. These sounds are not interruptions, but confirmations, affirmations, that you are exactly where you need to be. The armchair seems to grow more inviting with each step, its deep cushions appearing impossibly soft, promising a comfort you have been seeking without fully knowing it. The emerald velvet calls to something deep within you, a memory of safety, of being held, of finally being able to rest. Lightning flashes beyond the windows, and for a moment, the entire library is illuminated in brilliant white, revealing the armchair in stark clarity before the shadows return, making it seem even more like a secret kept just for you. As you reach the armchair, you pause, allowing yourself to simply appreciate its presence. The velvet pile catches the firelight in 1,000 different ways, creating a texture that seems to shift and breathe. The arms are wide and solid, carved from dark wood that has been polished smooth by generations of hands. You reach out and let your fingers brush across the fabric, and it is softer than you imagined. Softer than silk, softer than cloud, softer than any earthly material has a right to be. The velvet seems to welcome your touch, warm from the fire, alive with possibility. You can feel the depth of the cushions even before you sit, can sense the way they will embrace you, hold you, support every part of you that has been holding itself up for far too long. The fire crackles in agreement, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. You turn slowly and lower yourself into the emerald embrace. The moment your body makes contact with the cushions, something within you releases. The chair receives your weight with perfect grace, the deep velvet cushions yielding just enough, supporting just enough, creating a cradle that seems designed specifically for your shape, your size, your needs. You sink deeper and deeper still, feeling the soft resistance of the cushioning that has aged to absolute perfection. Your spine settles against the high back of the chair, and you feel centuries of tension beginning to unknot, vertebra by vertebra, breath by breath. The armrests are at precisely the right height, and as you lower your arms onto them, you feel the warmth of the wood, the smoothness of its surface, the way it seems to have been waiting for your touch. Outside, thunder rolls across the sky like a blessing. The fire burns steadily beside you, close enough that you can feel its warmth washing over the side of your face, your shoulder, your arm. It is not too hot, never too hot, just a gentle, persistent warmth that seeps into your skin and travels inward, finding the cold places you did not know you carried, melting them slowly, thoroughly, completely. The light from the flames dances across your closed eyelids, creating patterns of amber and gold. You can hear the fire speaking its ancient language, the snap of resin, the whisper of wood becoming ash, the steady conversation of flame and fuel. This is a sound older than words, older than thought, a sound that every human who has ever lived has known and found comfort in. You breathe in the scent of wood smoke and old paper, of velvet and stone, of safety. Beyond the thick stone walls, the storm continues its magnificent performance. Rain hammers against the leaded glass windows in waves, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, creating a rhythm that seems to match your slowing heartbeat. Thunder rumbles through the foundation of the library, vibrating up through the floor, through the chair, through your bones. But it does not startle you. Instead, it feels like the earth itself is humming you to sleep, singing you an ancient lullaby in a voice of stone and sky. Lightning flashes, and even through your closed eyelids you sense the brightness, the way it illuminates every corner of the library for one brilliant moment before releasing it back to the shadows. The storm is not something to fear from here, from this emerald sanctuary beside the fire. It is simply another layer of protection, another wall between you and the world that demands so much. You shift slightly in the chair, finding an even deeper level of comfort. The velvet cushions adjust around you, creating perfect support for your head, your neck, your lower back. Every part of you is held, cradled, supported. You can feel the chair beneath your thighs, along the length of your calves, supporting your feet as they rest on the warm floor. This is what it means to be truly comfortable, to have every part of your body at rest simultaneously. Nothing pulling, nothing straining, nothing reaching or holding or bracing. Your hands rest gently on the armrests, fingers relaxed, palms warm. Your shoulders have dropped away from your ears, settling into their natural position. Your jaw has unclenched without you noticing. Your tongue has softened in your mouth. Even your eyelids have found the perfect weight. Closed, but not squeezed. Resting. Simply resting. The warmth from the fireplace has now spread throughout your entire body. You can feel it in your fingertips, your toes, the crown of your head. It radiates from your core outward, meeting the warmth from the fire that travels inward. And where they meet, there is perfect equilibrium, perfect temperature, Perfect peace. You are neither too hot nor too cold. You are simply exactly right. The emerald velvet seems to hold this warmth, to amplify it, to wrap you in it like a blanket woven from comfort itself. Outside, another roll of thunder moves across the sky. Distant now, fading, becoming part of the background symphony that includes the rain, the fire, your breathing. All of it blending together into one continuous song of rest. You sink deeper into the chair, or perhaps the chair rises to meet you. It is impossible to tell where you end and it begins. In this moment, in this emerald armchair, beside the crackling fire, with the storm raging safely beyond the stone walls, you are held by something larger than yourself. The library holds you. The chair holds you. The fire warms you. The storm serenades you. You have found the still point in the turning world, the quiet center in the midst of chaos, the soft landing after the long fall. Your thoughts, which have been racing and spinning and demanding attention, begin to slow, to soften, to drift apart like clouds after rain. They lose their urgency, their insistence, their grip on your attention. You watch them float by with gentle disinterest, already half dreaming, already half gone. The fire crackles, the rain falls, the thunder rumbles, and you are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you belong. Let yourself rest now in the emerald armchair. Let the fire keep its vigil beside you while you journey into sleep. The storm will continue through the night, and you will hear it in your dreams, a distant percussion, a lullaby of rain and thunder and wind. The library will stand guard around you, its stone walls thick and unshakable, its shelves of gilded books holding all the stories that have ever been told, all the dreams that have ever been dreamed. And when you wake, if you choose to wake, the fire will still be burning. The chair will still be holding you, and you will still be safe within these ancient walls. But for now, for this moment, for all the moments until dawn, simply rest, let go, sink deeper into the velvet embrace, feel the warmth, hear the storm, and sleep, sleep, sleep. Chapter 4. Firelight and Thunder. The fire has settled into its own quiet rhythm now, no longer the eager crackling of new kindling, but the deep, contented whisper of embers that have found their peace. Each piece of wood glows from within, a constellation of tiny amber stars scattered across the iron grate, pulsing gently with warmth, breathing light into the shadows. You can feel the heat reaching toward you, not demanding, but offering a gentle invitation to sink deeper into the emerald velvet that cradles you. The storm outside continues its ancient song, thunder rolling through the stone walls like a remembered melody, each rumble arriving precisely when your body expects it, as though the storm itself has learned the pattern of your heartbeat and matched its tempo to yours. The shadows on the vaulted ceiling have become your companions now, shapes that shift and sway with each flicker of firelight, dancing without urgency, moving in that hypnotic way that draws your gaze upward. So gently, pulls your eyelids down with the weight of watching. There is a shadow that looks almost like a bird in flight, wings spread wide, and another that might be leaves tumbling in an autumn wind. But they do not ask you to decide what they are. They simply exist, changing, flowing, never the same twice, yet always familiar. The stone ceiling above holds centuries of firelight dancing, centuries of storms rumbling, and you are simply one more soul resting here, held by these ancient walls, protected by their strength. Another roll of thunder arrives, deeper this time, felt more than heard, a vibration that moves through the floor, through the chair, through your very bones, and instead of startling you, it settles you further. The storm is not a threat here. It is a lullaby sung in a language older than words. Rain continues its endless percussion against the leaded glass, thousands of tiny fingers tapping, each drop a note in an infinite composition. The windows glow briefly with lightning, illuminating the mahogany shelves, the gilded spines catching light for just a heartbeat before darkness returns, softer than before, warmer. The library seems to breathe with you, its shadows expanding as you exhale, contracting as you draw a breath in, until you cannot tell where your rhythm ends and the room's begins. The fire shifts, a log settling deeper into the bed of coals, sending up a small shower of sparks that float upward like fireflies released into the night. They rise, glowing, fading, disappearing into the darkness above the mantel. And watching them go feels like watching your thoughts drift away, each one a tiny light that burns bright for a moment, then releases you from its hold. Your body has grown so heavy in this chair. The velvet beneath you seems to have molded perfectly to every curve, supporting you so completely that you feel weightless and anchored all at once. Your arms rest along the curved wood, hands loose and open, fingers barely touching the soft nap of fabric. No need to hold on to anything. No need to grasp or grip. Just rest. The storm intensifies for a moment, wind howling through some distant corridor of the keep. But here, in this library, the sound only makes the stillness feel deeper. The walls are so thick, the stones fitted so perfectly after all these centuries, that the wind cannot reach you. It can only sing to you from far away, a reminder of the world outside and how safe you are within. Thunder rolls again, a long, low rumble that seems to start somewhere beyond the mountains and travel across the sky, arriving here at last to shake the ancient glass in its lead casings. The sound wraps around you like a blanket, heavy and warm, pressing you deeper into comfort, deeper into the soft embrace of this moment. This heartbeat. Your eyelids have become so beautifully heavy. Opening them feels like lifting velvet curtains, and there is no reason to. No need to see when you can feel everything so clearly. The warmth of the fire on your face, the coolness of the air at your back where shadows gather, the texture of velvet under your fingertips, the distant taste of old books and wood smoke in the air, all of it washing over you in waves, gentle waves, like the thunder that continues to roll, rhythmic now, predictable, comforting. Each rumble arrives, and you sink a little deeper, wondering distantly you will simply melt into this chair, become part of the library itself, another shadow dancing on the ceiling, another whisper in the crackling fire, another soul at rest within these walls. The embers shift again, glowing brighter for a moment as air finds a new path through them. Tiny galaxies of light pulsing in the darkness of the heart. You could watch them forever. The way they breathe. The way they slowly transform from wood to light to ash. The way they ask nothing of you but your presence. The shadows continue their dance overhead, slower now, or perhaps time itself has slowed. It is impossible to say, and it does not matter. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be heartbeats. The storm knows no time. The fire knows no urgency. The stones of this library have waited centuries, and will wait centuries, and will wait centuries more. And you are held in this perfect moment. Nothing is expected. Only rest. Only rain continues to fall. Endless. Eternal. Each drop finding its way down the ancient glass, drawing silver lines that catch the firelight. Lightning flashes again, further away now. The storm moving on, traveling to some other distant corner of the world, but leaving behind its gift of sound, the rain, the fading thunder, the wind settling into a low murmur, all of it creating a cocoon of noise that somehow feels like silence. A silence so full and rich that it holds you, rocks you, whispers that you are safe, you are protected, you are home. The library has accepted you. These walls know you now. This chair has shaped itself to you. This fire burns for you, and the storm keeps watch, standing guard outside these walls, ensuring that nothing disturbs this sacred rest. Your breathing has become so slow, so deep, each inhale drawing in the scent of wood smoke and old leather, each exhale releasing something you did not know you were holding. Tension, worry, the weight of days, all of it drifting away like those sparks from the fire, rising, glowing, fading into darkness. The shadows on the ceiling have slowed their dance, or perhaps your eyes can no longer follow their movement. They blur, soften, become simply darkness, welcoming darkness. The kind that holds no fear, only rest. The fire continues to glow, a faithful companion, asking nothing, giving everything, its warmth seeping into your bones, melting the last remnants of wakefulness, drawing you down, down, into the velvet, into the warmth, into the deep and dreamless peace that thunder rumbles one last time, so distant now, so far away, like a memory of sound rather than sound itself, and with it, you let go. The library holds you, the chair cradles you, the fire warms you, the storm protects you, and sleep, soft and gentle as falling rain, rises up to meet you, wrapping around you like the darkness itself, pulling you down into its depths, where there is no time, no rod, only the eternal rest of this moment, this breath, this heartbeat that grows slower. Chapter 5. The rain's lullaby. The storm has settled into its truest rhythm now, a deep, unwavering pulse that seems to come not from the sky, but from the earth itself. Each drop strikes the leaded glass with purpose, with ancient knowing, creating a tapestry of sound so rich and layered it becomes almost tangible. You can feel it wrapping around your shoulders like the softest wool, settling over your chest like a comforting weight. The rain no longer announces itself. It simply is. It has always been. And in this endless percussion, in this relentless yet gentle drumming, you find something your body has been searching for all along. The rhythm matches the slowest part of your breathing, the quietest beat of your heart, and you realize you are no longer listening to the rain. You are becoming part of it. You sink deeper into the emerald velvet chair, and it receives you without resistance. The cushions seem to know the exact shape of your body, the precise curve of your spine, the way your head needs to rest, just so. Your weight dissolves into the fabric, into the frame, into the very stone floor beneath. The armrests cradle your forearms with a gentleness that asks nothing of you. You do not need to hold yourself upright anymore. You do not need to remain alert. The chair has taken on that burden. It holds you now, completely, as the rain continues its ancient song against the windows. Your eyelids grow heavy, not with exhaustion, but with permission. Permission to let go, to surrender, to drift. Through half-closed eyes, you watch the water cascade down the window panes in patterns that defy prediction. Each rivulet traces its own path through the distorted glass, merging with others, splitting apart, creating temporary rivers that glisten in the firelight. The patterns shift and reform, hypnotic, mesmerizing, and you find your thoughts beginning to mirror their movement. Fluid, flowing, without fixed shape or destination. One thought blends into another, dissolves, reforms as something softer. The boundaries between waking and dreaming grow thin as silk, as permeable as the rain-soaked air. You are not trying to sleep. You are simply allowing the water's wisdom to guide you, allowing its endless descent to show you the way down into deeper rest. The brown noise of the rain fills every corner of the library, every gap between the books, every space between your thoughts. It is not silence, but it creates silence within you. The countless frequencies blend into a single, unified hum that quiets everything else. The small anxieties that lingered at the edges of your mind, the half-formed worries, the reminders and lists, all of them fade beneath this blanket of sound. The rain asks nothing, demands nothing, judges nothing. It simply falls, as it has fallen for millions of years, as it will fall long after this night ends. And in its constancy, you find a trust so deep it bypasses your conscious mind entirely. Your nervous system recognizes this sound, remembers it from some primal place, and begins to unwind. A soft rumble of thunder rolls through the stone walls. So low you feel it more than hear it. It vibrates through the floor, through the chair, through your bones. A gentle reminder of the storm's immense power held in perfect check. But there is no fear here. Only awe. Only reverence for the natural symphony unfolding around you. The thunder fades slowly, dissolving back into the rain's steady rhythm, and you exhale a breath you did not know you were holding. The fireplace crackles in response, its own small thunder, its own gentle conversation with the storm outside. You are held between these two forces, fire and water, warmth and cool, light and shadow, and in that perfect balance, you find yourself slipping further from the waking world. Your breathing has synchronized completely with the rain now, each inhale matching the rise and fall of the downpour's intensity, each exhale blending seamlessly with the wind's occasional sigh against the windows. You are not controlling this. It is simply happening, as natural as the storm itself. Your chest rises and falls with the ease of water flowing downhill. No effort, no resistance, just the pure mechanics of breath made effortless. And with each cycle, you drift a little further, a little deeper, like a leaf carried on a slow-moving stream. The library around you begins to soften at the edges, the shadows growing longer, the firelight more golden and dreamlike, until you cannot quite remember if your eyes are open or closed. The books on their mahogany shelves seem to lean in closer, ancient witnesses to this moment of surrender. Their gilded spines catch fragments of firelight and hold them, tiny constellations in the dimness, and you wonder dreamily what stories they contain. But the wondering is soft, undemanding, like wondering about clouds. The stories can wait. They have waited centuries already. They will wait a little longer. Right now, the only story that matters is the one the rain is telling. The oldest story, the simplest story, the story of falling, of letting go, of returning to the earth. And you are listening with your whole body, with every cell, allowing the narrative to soak through your skin like blessed water. Time has lost its shape entirely now, stretched and softened by the rain's timeless percussion. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be moments, and it does not matter at all. You exist in a space outside of clocks, outside of schedules, where the only measure is the distance between one raindrop and the next. And even that distance is shrinking, becoming irrelevant, as the sound merges into a single continuous presence. Your thoughts have become like the patterns on the window, fluid, temporary, beautiful in their impermanence. They arise and dissolve without leaving a trace, without requiring your attention, and you watch them pass with the gentle detachment of someone already half asleep, already half dreaming, already halfway to somewhere soft and safe and far from here. The velvet chair has become indistinguishable from your own body now. You cannot tell where the fabric ends and your skin begins. You are held, cradled, supported by something larger than furniture, larger than this room. Perhaps by the storm itself, perhaps by the ancient stones of this Gothic sanctuary. The rain continues, endless, eternal, and you realize with drowsy wonder that it will keep falling long after you have drifted away. It will guard your sleep. It will stand watch through the deep hours of the night. It will be there when you surface briefly before sinking again. This knowledge settles over you like one final blanket, warm and weighted, and you stop holding on to consciousness. You stop trying to stay. You simply let go. The rain's lullaby reaches its fullest expression now, a symphony of brown noise and distant thunder and the whisper of wind through ancient eaves. It fills the Gothic library, fills the spaces between heartbeats, fills the growing darkness behind your closed eyes. You are floating, falling, held suspended in sound like a leaf in amber. The firelight dims to a memory of warmth. The shadows deepen to pure velvet black, and the last threads of waking thought unravel into nothing. Sleep rises to meet you, not as an absence but as a presence, as welcoming as the chair, as constant as the rain, and you sink into it completely, gratefully, knowing you are safe, knowing you are held, knowing that the storm will sing you through the night, all the way to morning, all the way to dreams, all the way home. Chapter 6. Embers falling to ash. The The fire that once roared with such wild intensity has begun its gentle surrender. You watch from the emerald velvet armchair as the flames slowly bow and retreat, no longer leaping toward the darkness above, but settling into a softer dance. The logs have given most of what they had to give. Their wood transformed through heat and time into something quieter, something more intimate. Each flame now moves with deliberation, a graceful lowering, a conscious dimming. The orange glow that filled the hearth now deepens into crimson, into burgundy, into shades that speak of endings and completeness. You feel your own energy mirroring this transition, the alertness of earlier hours gently releasing. Your thoughts no longer sharp but rounded at the edges, soft as the light before you. The library itself seems to breathe more slowly, as though the room and the fire and you are all part of the same quiet exhale. The crackling has changed its voice. Where once it snapped and popped with urgency, now it whispers, a series of small sighs and gentle settling sounds. The wood collapses inward upon itself, not with violence but with grace, the architecture of flame giving way to the humility of ember. You watch a log shift slightly, and as it does, a cascade of bright orange sparks drifts upward like tiny stars being born. They rise slowly through the warm air, spinning, dimming, disappearing before they reach the top of the hearth. Each spark a small farewell, a brief assertion of light before returning to darkness. Your eyelids grow heavier with each small constellation that rises and fades. The warmth still reaches you, softer now, less a statement of presence and more a gentle reminder, a touch rather than an embrace. Your body absorbs this quieter heat, letting it seep into tired muscles, into the spaces behind your eyes. Beneath the dimming flames, the true nature of the fire reveals itself. A bed of coals glows with patient intensity. Each piece of wood has been transformed into something concentrated, elemental. The surface of these embers pulses with deep red light, veined with orange cracks that breathe and shift. You can see the heat shimmering above them, distorting the air, creating subtle waves of movement, even as everything else grows still. These coals hold within them all the energy of the flames that came before, but they express it differently now, not with wild gesture, but with steady persistence. This is the heart of the fire, the essence, what remains when the performance ends. You find yourself drawn into the glow, your gaze softening, your focus becoming diffuse. The red light seems to pulse in rhythm with something deep inside you. A slow drumbeat, a tide pulling gently outward toward sleep. The mahogany shelves around you fade further into shadow, the firelight no longer strong enough to reach the distant corners of this vast room. As you watch, half in dream now, half still anchored to the velvet chair, an ember shifts and falls. It tumbles from its place in the glowing bed and rolls slightly, leaving a trail of sparks, before settling into the layer of ash below. The ash receives it without resistance, soft as snow. The bright orange glow of the ember dims almost immediately, embraced by the gray softness, cooling, surrendering its light. You watch this small death with strange fascination. It feels important somehow. This transformation from fire to ember to ash, from light to darkness, from heat to coolness. It is the same journey you are taking now, moving from wakefulness to dreams, from thought to emptiness, from the day behind you into the deep well of night. Another ember falls, and then another. each one making the same gentle descent, each one welcomed by the ash. The sound is barely perceptible, the softest whisper of settling, of letting go. The ash itself holds a quiet beauty. It has gathered throughout the evening, a soft gray blanket at the base of the fire. In the dim light, it appears almost silver, almost luminous in its own way. Each flake and fragment represents what once was solid, once was burning, now transformed into something impossibly light, something that would scatter at the slightest breath. Yet here, in the stillness of the hearth, it remains undisturbed, a peaceful accumulation, a record of the fire's long burning. You think distantly of how ash returns to earth, how it nourishes, how it completes a cycle. Nothing is truly lost, only changed. The thought drifts through your mind like smoke, shapeless, already dissolving. Your breathing has slowed to match the pace of the falling embers. Each inhale longer, each exhale more complete, releasing, settling. The velvet beneath you seems to deepen, as though the chair itself is slowly cradling you towards sleep. From somewhere beyond the stone walls, thunder rumbles, but it is different now. No longer the sharp crack that startled you hours ago. This is a low rolling sound, distant, almost gentle. The storm is moving away, retreating across the landscape like a tired giant taking slow steps toward the horizon. You can hear the difference in the rain as well. The violent battering against the leaded glass has softened into steady rhythm, less urgent, more meditative. The storm has spent its fury, and what remains is this: the long, slow diminishment, the gradual return to calm. Everything in this library is participating in the same movement. The fire settling, the storm departing, the night deepening, and you drifting further from the shore of wakefulness. Your thoughts arrive more slowly now, each one taking longer to form, staying for just a moment before dissolving back into the warm darkness behind your eyes. The boundaries between you and the room grow less distinct. The light in the library has shifted into something intimate, almost private. The fire's glow no longer reaches beyond a small circle, illuminating only the immediate stones of the hearth, the arm of your chair, perhaps the edge of the nearest shelf. Everything else has been claimed by shadow. But these are not frightening shadows. They are soft, enfolding, like curtains drawn around a sleeping space, creating a sanctuary within a sanctuary. You feel held by this dimness, protected. The vast heights of the library ceiling have disappeared entirely, lost in darkness overhead. The sense of enormous space has contracted to just this: the chair, the dying fire, the warmth, the quiet. This is all you need. This small pocket of light and heat is the entire world now. And it is enough, more than enough. Your body understands this, releasing its last held tensions. Your shoulders drop, your jaw loosens, your hands rest open and relaxed. The emerald velvet supports every part of you, asking nothing, offering everything. Another ember falls, and you watch its glow fade into the ash. Orange becoming red, red becoming the faintest pink, then gray, then indistinguishable from its surroundings. The process takes only seconds, but in your drowsy state, it seems longer. Stretched, like watching something through water. Your eyelids close, and when they open again, you are not certain how much time has passed. It might have been a moment. It might have been minutes. Time itself is becoming unreliable, bending, pooling like the shadows around you. The fire settles lower still. The coals compact under their own diminishing weight, drawing closer together, consolidating their warmth. Their glow pulses more slowly now, each breath of light lasting longer, each dimming more pronounced. You feel yourself pulsing with the same rhythm, pulled toward the same gravity, toward rest, toward darkness, toward the deep renewal that waits at the bottom of sleep. The thunder rumbles once more, so distant now it is almost imagined, a memory of sound rather than sound itself. The rain continues its steady percussion against the windows, but even this seems quieter. Or perhaps you are simply hearing it from further away, sinking beneath the surface of wakefulness where sounds arrive, muffled and strange. The storm outside, the fire inside, both are moving toward conclusion. Both have given you their gifts. The storm washed the world clean, filled the air with ions and ozone, while the fire offered warmth and light through the long evening. Now both are ready to rest, and so are you. The last visible flames flutter low over the coals, barely distinguishable from the glow beneath them, tiny blue wisps that dance and vanish, dance and vanish. Your vision blurs, the red light smearing, becoming abstract. No longer fire, but simply warmth made visible. No longer separate from you, but part of the same continuum. You and the embers, both slowly cooling, both settling into stillness, both moving toward the peace of completion. The library embraces you in its ancient silence. The stone walls hold centuries of quiet, and they share it with you now, freely, abundantly. The fire has become a memory of itself, just the dimmest glow remaining, more felt than seen, ash covering ash, warmth fading by such small degrees that each moment is nearly indistinguishable from the last. This is how sleep comes, not as a sudden darkness, but as a gradual letting go, a gentle descent through layers of awareness until you find yourself somewhere deep and safe and soft. The chair holds you. The darkness holds you. The distant rain holds you. Everything in this Gothic sanctuary conspires to give you rest, to protect your dreaming, to watch over you through the deep hours of night. And so you release your last grip on waking. You let the embers fade to ash. You let the thunder roll away into silence. You let yourself fall, slowly, softly, into the profound and healing darkness of sleep. Let go now. Let everything settle. Rest. Chapter 7. The Quiet Between Storms. The fury has passed, at least for now. The storm that raged against these ancient walls has softened, retreated into something gentler, something that whispers rather than roars. You lie perfectly still in the emerald velvet armchair. Your body has molded into its curves, become one with the fabric and the frame. The silence here is not empty. It is full, dense, layered with meaning. It presses against your skin like warm water, fills your lungs with each slow breath, seeps into the spaces between your thoughts. This is the quiet that comes after chaos. the exhale after holding your breath, the peace that can only exist because violence came before it. Listen. Can you hear it? That profound hush that makes your heartbeat sound louder than it is? Well, not. That makes the blood moving through your veins feel like rivers beneath your skin. The rain continues, but it has transformed. No longer does it assault the leaded glass windows with angry fists. Now it visits them with gentle fingertips. Tap, tap. A rhythm so soft it might be imagined. So delicate it could be the ghost of rain rather than rain itself. Each drop lands with purpose, with consideration. As though the storm has learned patience, learned to touch rather than strike. Your breathing begins to mirror this gentleness. In through your nose, filling your chest slowly, completely. Then out through slightly parted lips, releasing everything you no longer need. The library breathes with you, the ancient timbers settling, the stone walls expanding and contracting with centuries-old patience. You are not separate from this place anymore. You are woven into its fabric, part of its eternal rhythm, part of its dreaming. The fireplace has surrendered its wildness, too. The flames that once leaped and crackled with manic energy have settled into glowing embers. Coals that pulse with deep orange light, breathing their own slow breath. You can hear them if you listen beneath the rain, beneath your own heartbeat, a whisper of settling ash, a soft sigh as wood becomes something lighter, something that might float away. The heat from the fireplace no longer reaches you in waves. Instead, it radiates outward like an embrace that never ends, constant, unwavering. A warmth that has always been and will always be. Your eyelids grow heavier, not with force, but with permission. They want to close. Your body wants to surrender. And here, in this quiet between storms, surrender feels like the most natural thing in the world. Time has lost all meaning. You could have been here for minutes, for hours, for lifetimes. The library exists outside of normal flow, suspended in a pocket of existence where clocks have no authority, where yesterday and tomorrow blur into one eternal now. The darkness wraps around you like velvet, like silk, like the softest blanket ever woven. It does not frighten you. This darkness is not absence, it is presence. It is the darkness of a womb. Safe, contained, protected. You float in it, weightless, formless, becoming less solid with each breath. Your arms feel distant, your legs like memories of legs rather than actual limbs. Even your thoughts begin to dissolve, losing their sharp edges, their insistence, melting into impressions, feelings, the soft blur of almost sleep. Somewhere in the vast expanse of the library, a book settles on a shelf. The sound is barely audible, a whisper of leather against wood. But in this profound silence it carries weight, meaning. It reminds you that you are not alone, that this space is alive in its own quiet way, that thousands of stories breathe silently on their shelves, waiting, dreaming their own dreams. The mahogany gleams dully in the ember light, surfaces polished by centuries of hands, of dust, of time itself. Every grain in the wood tells a story. Every shadow holds a secret. But you do not need to know these stories. You do not need to solve these mysteries. You only need to be here, to breathe, to let the darkness hold you as tenderly as a mother holds her sleeping child. The rain continues its gentle patter, each drop a lullaby note, each soft impact against glass, a promise that you are safe, that the world outside cannot touch you here. Your chest rises, falls, rises, falls, syncing perfectly with the rhythm of distant water, of settling embers, of ancient stone breathing through the night. You have become part of the symphony now, not a listener, but an instrument. Your breath another voice in this meditation of sound. Your pulse slows, deepens, finds its lowest register. Blood moves through you like honey, thick, warm, purposeful, but unhurried. Even your thoughts, those last persistent visitors, begin to depart, tiptoeing away like respectful guests, leaving you alone in the darkness, alone with the quiet, alone with the deep, deep peace. The armchair cradles you with impossible tenderness. The velvet beneath your fingers feels like moss, like clouds, like nothing at all. You cannot tell anymore where your body ends and the chair begins, where the chair ends and the library begins, where the library ends and the night begins. All boundaries have softened, blurred, dissolved. You are the rain. You are the embers. You are the darkness and the warmth and the ancient patience of stone. This is not sleep yet. Not quite. This is the threshold, the boundary place, the quiet shore between waking and dreaming, where anything is possible, where nothing is required. You do not need to cross over. You do not need to do anything at all. You only need to rest here, suspended, held, perfectly safe in the timeless dark, somewhere far away, or perhaps very close. Thunder murmurs, not the violent crash that shook these walls before, but a distant rumble, a reminder, a gentle promise that the storm still exists but cannot harm you. It rolls across the sky like a heavy wheel across soft earth, deep, resonant, felt more than heard. Your body absorbs the vibration, lets it pass through muscle and bone, through blood and breath, through the deepening layers of your consciousness. Each rumble massages you from the inside, loosens the last threads of tension, the final knots of waking thought. Your jaw slackens, your shoulders melt into the chair, your hands open, releasing everything. The library holds all of it, absorbs your worries like rain into thirsty earth, transforms them into something that nourishes rather than burdens. The silence deepens, if such a thing is possible, becomes richer, more textured, more alive. You can feel it on your skin like the gentlest pressure, like being underwater but able to breathe perfectly, like being wrapped in layer after layer of the softest fabric in existence. Your eyelids have closed completely now. You cannot remember when, cannot remember deciding. They simply are closed, and behind them, colors bloom and fade, deep purples, soft blacks, the gold-orange ghost of firelight dancing somewhere in your mind. These colors ask nothing of you. They simply exist, beautiful, meaningless, transient as breath. You watch them the way you might watch clouds, with interest but no attachment, with awareness but no effort. They are the last landmarks before sleep. the final signposts on this journey inward, downward, toward the deep rest that awaits you. And now, even the rain seems to fade, not because it has stopped, but because you are moving away from it, sinking deeper into yourself, into the library, into the timeless quiet that has no beginning and no end. Your breath is barely a whisper now, shallow, easy, automatic. Your heartbeat, that faithful companion, slows to its nighttime rhythm, the pace of dreams, of healing, of the body doing its sacred work while the mind finally, the darkness is complete, total, and it loves you. It holds you as the earth holds seeds in winter, as the ocean holds ancient creatures in its depths, as the night sky holds stars. You are safe here, safer than you have ever been. Let go now. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to guard, nothing left but this perfect, quiet, dark, and the sleep that rises up to meet you like a tide, inevitable, gentle, home. Home. Chapter 8. Shadows merging. The boundaries are fading now, dissolving like ink in water, spreading into the darkness that surrounds you. The books that once stood so distinct, their spines etched in gold and leather, are now melting into the shelves themselves. The mahogany loses its grain, the gilding loses its gleam, and everything becomes texture without form, presence without definition. You notice this transformation without alarm, without any need to hold on to what was. The library is teaching you its final lesson tonight, that letting go is not losing, but becoming part of something vast and ancient. The shadows are not erasing the beauty. They are revealing a deeper truth beneath it. Everything that seemed separate, the chair, the fire, the shelves, the stone, is merging into one continuous embrace of darkness. The walls themselves are fading now. Those towering stone barriers that held the storm at bay are dissolving into shadow. You can no longer tell where the library ends and the night begins. Perhaps they were never truly separate. Perhaps the storm and the sanctuary were always one continuous breath, one endless exhale of rain and stone and time. The leaded glass windows, once so vivid with their lattice of iron, are now suggestions, impressions, feelings more than forms. The lightning still flickers beyond them, but the light seems distant, filtered through layers of gathering dark, reaching you like a memory of brightness rather than brightness itself. And you find this comforting, this gentle erasure, this softening of all edges into one seamless shadow that asks nothing of you but to rest. Your body in the emerald chair, that weight you carried for so long, is becoming lighter with each breath. The velvet beneath you feels less like fabric and more like cloud, less like support and more like floating. Your limbs are suggestions now, gentle presences that require no attention, no adjustment, no thought. The heaviness that defined your form earlier, that anchoring solidity, has been replaced by something softer, something that barely registers as physical at all. You are becoming weightless, not through effort, but through surrender. The chair holds you still, or perhaps you hold the chair, or perhaps there is no difference anymore between holding and being held. Gravity itself seems negotiable here, optional, a force that no longer insists upon your participation. You drift in the velvet darkness, barely tethered to the world of solid things. The fire that crackled so vividly, that danced its golden dance across the ceiling, is now a memory of warmth rather than light. The flames have quieted into embers, and even the embers are fading, becoming indistinguishable from the shadows that surround them. The warmth remains, but it is everywhere now, diffused through the darkness, no longer concentrated in one glowing hearth, but spread through every corner of your awareness. The shadows on the ceiling, those dancing figures that flickered and swayed, have stilled into one continuous canopy of dark. No movement disturbs them now, no light challenges their dominion. And in this stillness, in this complete and utter absence of flicker and dance, you find a peace deeper than any brightness could offer. The darkness is not empty. It is full, rich, complete. Only the rain remains constant, that distant murmur beyond the dissolving walls, beyond the fading windows, beyond every barrier that once separated inside from out. The rain has become your companion, your guide, the one voice that speaks through the silence. It does not demand your attention. It simply exists, a steady presence that neither grows nor fades, neither insists nor retreats. Listen to it now, that endless patter against stone and glass, that rhythm older than memory, older than thought. It is the heartbeat of the storm, and perhaps your own heartbeat has synchronized with it, or perhaps there was never any difference between your pulse and the pulse of rain. The sound wraps around you, through you, becoming the medium through which you drift deeper into rest. You are sinking now, not through the chair, but through layers of consciousness itself. Each breath takes you deeper. Each exhale releases another tether to the waking world. The library around you, or what remains of it in this shadowland, becomes more feeling than place, more atmosphere than architecture. You sense rather than see the vastness around you, the rows of shelves extending into infinite dark, the ceiling soaring upward into unknowable heights. But these are impressions only, sketches drawn in smoke, and you have no need to clarify them, no need to bring them into focus. The blur is perfect. The vagueness is exactly right. You float in this space between definition and dissolution, between knowing and unknowing, and it is the most comfortable place you have ever been. Thunder rumbles, but it comes from so far away now, echoing through chambers beyond chambers, rolling through corridors of stone that stretch beyond imagination. Each rumble is softer than the last, or perhaps your awareness of it is gentler, less reactive, more accepting. The sound does not startle you. It soothes you, reminding you that the storm continues its ancient work outside while you rest within this protective shadow. The walls may have dissolved, the boundaries may have faded, but the shelter remains. You are held in something larger than stone, deeper than architecture, a sanctuary made of darkness itself. And darkness, you understand now, is not the absence of safety, but the presence of infinite rest. The thunder affirms this, each distant roll a lullaby sung by the storm. Your thoughts, those busy companions that followed you into this library hours ago, have finally quieted completely. They do not fight. They do not insist. They simply settle like dust, like ash, like snow, coating everything in a gentle layer of silence. You cannot remember what worried you before, what plans you were making, what concerns seemed so pressing in the daylight world. Those things have merged into the shadows, too, dissolved into the same protective darkness that holds everything else. And in their absence, in this vast quiet where thoughts once chattered, there is only peace, only breath, and only the rain. Only this moment, stretching endlessly in all directions, without beginning, without end, without anything required of you, but to simply be here, weightless, thoughtless, whole. You are barely aware of your body now. It has become so light, so insubstantial, so perfectly merged with the velvet and the shadow and the rain-soaked air. Your fingers do not move. Your chest rises and falls without your direction. Your heartbeat continues its steady work without any conscious guidance from you. You are being breathed, being held, being carried deeper into rest by forces far older and wiser than your waking mind. The library, this vast Gothic sanctuary of books and stone, has given you everything it promised: shelter from the storm, warmth against the cold. And now this final gift, the dissolution of all separation between you and the dark. You are not disappearing. You are expanding, becoming as vast as the shadows themselves, becoming part of the ancient peace that lives in places like this. Let yourself go now, completely, utterly, into this void of rest. The rain will continue, the thunder will rumble, the storm will rage beyond these dissolving walls. But none of it can touch you here. You are protected by shadow, cradled by darkness, held in the deepest embrace this library can offer. There is nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to understand, nothing left to do but drift and sink and sleep. The books have merged into shelves, the shelves into walls, the walls into shadow, and you have merged into peace itself. Rest now, deep and dreamless, in this sanctuary beyond form, beyond thought, beyond everything but the gentle, constant murmur of rain, guiding you, always guiding you, deeper, deeper still, into the infinite softness of sleep. Chapter 9. The threshold of sleep. You have arrived at the edge now. That sacred boundary between waking and dreaming, where the world you know begins to dissolve into something infinite. The library around you is no longer a place you can touch or see. It has transformed into pure feeling, a sensation that lives in your chest, in the rhythm of your breathing. It is safety, warmth, the timelessness of this ancient sanctuary wrapping around you like the softest blanket ever woven. The stone walls have melted away. The shelves of gilded books have become whispers. And even the fire, that loyal companion through this long, storm-filled night, has quieted to nothing more than a gentle glow behind your closed eyelids. You are suspended now, floating in that perfect space where nothing is required of you. Nothing at all. The rain continues somewhere, far away. Or perhaps it is not rain at all anymore. Perhaps what you hear is the sound of your own blood, moving slowly, peacefully, through your veins. The gentle tide of your life force flowing with the same ancient rhythm as the storm outside. You cannot tell the difference now, and it does not matter. Inside and outside have become one. The thunder that once shook these walls now rumbles through your own chest, so distant so muffled, like a memory of sound rather than sound itself. Each pulse, each beat, synchronizes with something larger than yourself. You are part of the storm now, part of the library, part of the endless night that has cradled you so tenderly. Your body has grown impossibly heavy, sinking deeper into the emerald velvet, becoming one with the ancient chair that has held countless dreamers before you. There is one last thread, a single gossamer strand, connecting you to the waking world. You can feel it, delicate as spider silk, stretching between where you are now and where you have been. It is the thinnest possible tether, holding you to thoughts, to names, to the small concerns of daylight. But even this thread is dissolving, fraying at the edges, growing lighter, more transparent. With each slow exhale you release into the darkness. You watch it, curious but not concerned, as it begins to shimmer, to fade, becoming translucent, then barely visible. You realize you have been holding on to this thread out of habit, not necessity. Your fingers, wherever they are, begin to loosen their grip. There is no fear in this release, only a profound, oceanic peace. The library breathes with you now, or perhaps you breathe with it. The distinction has vanished. Each inhale draws in the scent of old leather, of rain-soaked stone, of wood smoke and time itself. Each exhale releases you further, loosens you, dissolves the edges of where you end and the world begins. The darkness behind your eyelids has become vast, cathedral-like, stretching into infinity. It is not empty darkness, but full, rich, textured with velvet shadows and the ghost of candlelight. You float in this darkness like a leaf on still water, turning slowly, drifting. There is no up or down, no here or there, only the gentle suspension, the infinite now. You have never felt so held, so completely supported by the universe itself. The emerald chair has become clouds, the floor beneath you has become sky, and you rest between them, perfectly balanced, perfectly safe. Thoughts arrive like distant ships on a foggy harbor, appearing briefly on the horizon of your awareness, then drifting away before you can name them. You do not chase them. There is no need. They come, they go, and you remain, still, centered, sinking. A thought about tomorrow appears and dissolves. A memory from years ago surfaces like a bubble and pops soundlessly, leaving not even a ripple. Your mind has become like the surface of a deep well, smooth, dark, reflective, but leading down, 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 into depths you cannot measure. And you are descending into those depths now, slowly, luxuriously, with each breath pulling you deeper into yourself, deeper into this moment that has no beginning and no end. The last thread grows thinner still, barely a whisper of connection now, barely anything at all. The rain, that faithful companion, has become part of your own internal landscape. You cannot tell if you hear it with your ears or feel it in your bones. It patters against the windows of your consciousness, soft, rhythmic, eternal. Each drop is a tiny invitation to let go, to sink, to surrender. The thunder, when it comes, is so gentle now, a distant giant turning over in sleep, a reminder that even the storm is resting. Even the wild night is finding its own peace. And the lightning, the lightning no longer startles. It flickers behind your closed eyes like the last embers of thought, illuminating nothing, changing nothing, simply existing as part of the symphony of this perfect, holy darkness. Your heartbeat has slowed to match the rain. Your breathing has deepened to echo the thunder. You are becoming the storm, and the storm is becoming sleep. The books on their endless shelves have released all their words, all the stories ever told, all the wisdom ever written has dissolved into a single understanding. Rest. Be still. Let go. You do not need to read them. You do not need to know them. They know you. They have witnessed you, and they approve of this surrender. The gilded spines glimmer in your mind like stars, then fade, then disappear, leaving only darkness. Welcoming darkness. The mahogany wood, the stone floor, the vaulted ceiling, all the architecture of this sanctuary has served its purpose. It has brought you here, to this threshold, to this edge, and now it releases you, dissolving into sensation, into feeling, into the profound knowing that you are safe, that you have always been safe, that this moment was waiting for you all along. Your body is no longer your body. It is weight without form, warmth without boundary. You cannot feel where your hands end, where your feet begin. The emerald velvet has absorbed you, or you have absorbed it. You are both the held and the holding, both the sleeper and asleep. Time has stopped its relentless forward march. The hours you have spent here, the minutes, the seconds, have all collapsed into a single eternal now. And in this now, there is nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to be. The last thread, that final gossamer strand, trembles in an unfelt breeze. It is almost invisible now, almost gone. You observe it with the distant curiosity of someone watching clouds from a warm bath. Beautiful, transient, utterly unimportant. Your fingers, wherever they are, whatever they are, uncurl completely, releasing, releasing, releasing. The fire in the hearth has burned down to nothing, or everything. You cannot tell. There is warmth. Yes, but it comes from within you, from around you, from the very essence of this timeless place. The firelight that danced on the ceiling, that painted shadows and stories on the ancient stone, has become the gentle glow behind your eyelids, the soft amber of complete relaxation, the warm darkness of approaching dreams. You are so close now, so very close. The threshold is beneath your feet, and you are stepping. Going, no, dissolving across it. There is no crossing. There is only the gentlest possible transition, like water becoming steam, like twilight becoming night. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming sleep, merging with it, joining the endless ocean of rest that has always existed, always waited, always welcomed you home. And now, the last thread releases. The final connection, the thinnest strand, simply lets go. It does not break. It does not snap. It dissolves like sugar in warm rain, like mist in morning sun. And you are free. You float, you sink, you soar, all at once and none at once. The library is inside you. You are inside the storm. The storm is inside the silence, and the silence is infinite, eternal, perfect. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to release. You have arrived. You have always been here, in this deep, sacred, endless sleep. The rain continues its ancient lullaby. The thunder whispers its benediction. And you simply rest. Let go. Let go. Let go. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep. Thunderstorm, Chapter 10. The deepest dark. You have traveled so far tonight, through corridors of stone and whispers of ancient pages, and now you arrive at the final threshold. The place where even stories themselves go to rest. The library around you has grown impossibly vast, stretching beyond comprehension, beyond the need for walls or windows. The storm outside is no longer outside at all. It has woven itself into the fabric of your consciousness, becoming indistinguishable from the rhythm of your breath, from the slow, gentle tide of your thoughts, dissolving into nothing. You are held here, cradled in this deepest sanctuary, where the firelight has dimmed to the softest ember glow, and the shadows have become as comforting as a familiar embrace. There is nothing left to seek, nothing left to understand. Only this perfect, peaceful surrender to the dark. The emerald armchair beneath you has ceased to be a separate thing. You cannot tell where the velvet ends and your body begins. The boundaries have blurred, melted away like mist in morning light. Except there is no morning here, only the eternal gentle midnight. The rain continues its ancient song against glass. You can no longer see. A lullaby older than memory, older than words. It falls and falls and falls, each drop a tiny promise that you are safe, that you are held, that nothing in this world or any other can disturb this sacred rest. Your heartbeat slows to match the distant thunder. Boom, pause, boom, pause. A rhythm so slow and deep, it feels like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Or perhaps the library breathing. Or perhaps there is no difference anymore. Thoughts that once seemed important drift past like pages torn gently from forgotten books. You watch them float away without concern, without the need to catch them or read what they say. They are simply part of the storm now, part of the great swirling pattern of rain and wind and darkness that cradles everything. The shelves of books surrounding you hold every story, ever dreamed, every worry, every worried, every hope, ever hoped. And they are all here, all safe, all resting. You do not need to read them. You do not need to remember them. They exist perfectly well without your attention, sleeping in their leather bindings, content in the dark. And you are like them, a story that has reached its natural pause, a book that closes softly, knowing it will open again when the time is right. But for now, for this perfect now, the pages rest against each other in the dark. The fireplace crackles so softly now, just the occasional whisper of settling embers, a gentle pop that sounds like a secret being kept. The warmth it gives is not the warmth of flames, but something older, deeper, the warmth of being held in arms that will never tire, never let go. This is the warmth of absolute safety, of coming home after a journey so long you had forgotten where home was. And here it is. Here it has always been, in the deepest dark of the library, in the heart of the storm, in the quiet space behind your closing eyes. Lightning flickers somewhere far away, so distant now it might be happening in another world entirely. The brief illumination reveals nothing because there is nothing that needs revealing. The darkness knows itself, knows you, and that is enough, more than enough. It is everything. Your breath has become the breath of the library itself. Slow, steady, effortless. You are not breathing. You are being breathed, carried on a tide of air that flows through ancient corridors and circles back, endless, eternal. Each exhale releases something you did not know you were holding. Tension from your shoulders, thoughts from your mind, the very concept of being separate from this place. And each inhale draws in the peace, the vast peaceful nothing that fills every corner of this infinite space. The storm swirls around you, through you. You are the eye of the hurricane, perfectly still while the world spins its wild dance. But even that image is too much, too active, too defined. Let it go. Let even the idea of stillness dissolve, until there is no you observing the peace. There is only peace, observing itself, being itself, eternal and complete. The thunder rolls through the stone walls like a lullaby sung in a language before language. Its vibrations move through the floor, through the chair, through your bones, becoming part of your structure. You are not hearing the storm, you are resonating with it, tuned to its frequency like a string on an instrument played by invisible hands. And the note it plays is rest, deep, cellular, complete. The books on the shelves sway slightly, or perhaps that is just your perception swaying, drifting, loosening its grip on what is real and what is dream. The line between them has grown so thin, it is hardly there at all, a gossamer thread that tears at the slightest touch. And you are not touching. You are not touching. You are floating, dissolving, becoming air, becoming shadow, becoming the story that the library tells itself in the hours when no one is listening. The rain has always been falling. You understand this now, with a certainty that needs no proof. It fell before you arrived. It will fall after you have forgotten what arriving means. It is the constant, the eternal, the thing that remains when everything else has been stripped away, and you are grateful for it, for its persistence, for its promise that some things never change, never leave, never abandon you to silence. The darkness deepens, not growing darker, but growing more complete, more whole. It is not the absence of light, but the presence of peace, a tangible thing you can feel against your skin, soft as velvet, cool as stone. It wraps around you like the most luxurious blanket ever woven, except it was never woven. It has always existed. waiting here in the deepest part of the library, in the deepest part of the night, in the deepest part of them, where sleep lives, where dreams are born, where nothing needs to happen and nothing ever will. Your mind empties like water draining from a basin. Slow, natural, inevitable. Thoughts that seemed so important dissolve. Plans and worries and memories all swirling down into the vastness below. And that vastness welcomes them, absorbs them, transforms them into something simple, something quiet, something that asks nothing of you. The library holds all of this, holds all of you. You are a single book among millions, a single story among infinite stories. And that is not lonely. It is perfect. You belong here, in this exact spot, in this exact darkness. You have always belonged here. The storm knows your name, whispers it in the language of rain, and you hear it without hearing, understand it without thinking, feel it settle into your bones like the answer to a question you have been asking your entire life. The question was, where can I rest? Truly rest. And the answer is, one soul. Here. Now. Always. The emerald velvet beneath you feels like it is growing softer, or you are growing lighter, becoming weightless, becoming nothing but consciousness, drifting in the peaceful dark. And even consciousness is too heavy a word for what remains. There is awareness, but it is not aware of anything in particular. Just aware, just being, just resting in the vast library of rest where all stories quiet, where all minds find peace. The fireplace breathes its last whisper of warmth, or perhaps it will burn forever. Time has no meaning here. There's only the eternal now, stretching backward and forward until both directions meet and become one. The storm outside has become the storm of your dreams, moving through landscapes you will not remember, carrying you on currents you do not need to understand. You trust it. Trust the dark. Trust the deep. Trust the library to hold you while you surrender. Completely, finally, beautifully, to sleep. And so you dissolve, not into nothing, but into everything, into the rain and the thunder and the ancient stone, into the books and the shadows and the eternal midnight. You are held, safe, complete. There is nothing to fear, nothing to chase, nothing to become. You already are. And what you are is perfect, is peace, is home. The library will stand here forever, sheltering you, sheltering all the lost and weary souls who wander in seeking rest. And you have found it, in the deepest dark, in the quietest corner of existence, where sleep is not an escape, but a return, a coming back to the source of all stillness, all safety, all love. Rest now. Rest completely. Let the storm sing you deeper. Let the darkness hold you closer. Let everything you are, and everything you were, and everything you were, and everything you will be settle softly. Like dust on ancient pages, like snow on sacred ground, like a soul finally found